Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh, it's State of the Union night. 1 hour and 33 minutes and 36 seconds till President Trump's State of the Union. We're here to bring you live coverage. We're going to watch it together. We're going to take your comments before and after. And oh my gosh, we got a live shot of the Capitol. We got a live shot of the Capitol. Look at this. I guess in theory, people are arriving there. We're going to have early footage, I think, from inside the building before the speech starts. But live coverage coming up. State of the Union. One of our viewers said 3-hour speech. There's talk that it might be a long speech. So glad to have you here tonight. Will there be people heckling? I don't know. I do not know. So glad to have you here tonight. Oh, hold on a second here. What is happening here? What is happening here? Okay. Oh, hey, Louis R. Wow. That is really kind of you, Louis R. I really appreciate that. I haven't even started the broadcast yet, Louis R. That's really kind of you, Louis R. Thanks so much for all your support. Thanks also to our members, Tone, Thorn, Ravenstar. Hey, Thorn. Dewey is here. Hey, Dewey. Andrzej Zatlukai. Zatlukai, I think it is. Or Zatlukau. Maybe it's Zatlukau. Thank you. Also, hey, shout out to our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Leslie Lady Hawk is moderating. Also, thank you to our other moderators, like LB Prairie Dawn, J. Joanne, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. Thank you. Oh, thanks Toolman Tim, who gave a gift sub to Sarah. Thanks, Toolman Tim. Also, we have our moderators over there on Facebook. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley there right now modding. Hey, thanks, Martha Crawford, for subscribing. Thank you. And all of our other subscribers over there. And Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Hey, thanks, Bonzilla and the Ringa X are members as well. So I want to hear from you guys. What do you think is going to happen in this speech? President Trump apparently is going to talk about the economy. As you can see here, well, as you will see in a second on the screen. Oops, I need to move this thing down. 1 second here. Trump's State of the Union will seek to calm voters' economic concerns ahead of midterm elections. AP reports President Trump will use today's State of the Union address to champion his immigration crackdowns, his slashing of the federal government, his push to preserve widespread tariffs that the Supreme Court just struck down, and his ability to direct quick-hit military actions around the world, including in Iran and Venezuela. Trump hopes he can convince increasingly wary Americans that his policies have improved their lives while ensuring that the U.S. economy is stronger than many believe and that they should vote for more of the same in November. That's a very brief summary of some of the topics he's going to talk about. We're going to talk about some of the guests that are going to be there. And again, we're supposed to get some early footage from the from inside there. So we do have again the Capitol, but supposedly we're going to get some early footage from inside the room, inside Congress. So that'll be good if that all works out. I have my eye on it. I think maybe around 8:20. Around 8:20, we're supposed to get some footage from inside. So I'm keeping my eye out. Let me take some comments from you guys. Was Putin invited? One of our viewers said. Sticker Red says, I'm excited to watch Trump roast the Supreme Court justices sitting mere feet away. Karen Gal says, I love to hear DJT speak. SLP thinks there will be U.S. strikes on Iran at the conclusion of the State of the Union. Oh, thanks to Night Vibe TV from Germany. That's very nice of you. Also, News with Snacks. Thanks so much. Also, Jennifer Wilson for the memberships. Thanks, Jennifer Wilson. And it just says member for 55 months. Whoever that's referring to, that's really nice of you. Thank you. Doesn't list a name, though. What do you guys think is going to happen? Maybe we'll do a poll beforehand. Sarah says, I think Iran will start next weekend or up until March 3rd, which will be Purim. Will he talk about going to help Mexico? I do not know. I do not know. Will Kim Jong-un be there? I don't think so. Pat W. thinks he's going to talk for a long time tonight. Just Ducky says, Steve, poll on how long his speech would be. So we're going to talk about that. I saw some reporting today that suggests his speech could be long. Hold on a second. Look. AP says, Trump says his State of the Union will be long, and that's his normal. The president says to expect a long State of the Union address. He's already been the most loquacious, talkative president from LBJ forward, as measured by the University of California, Santa Barbara's American Presidency Project. Trump's joint addresses and State of the Union speeches in his first presidency averaged 80 minutes and 20 seconds. Last year, his joint address, I think when it's the first year of their presidency, it's called the joint address and not the State of the Union. Last year, his joint address topped 99 minutes, longer than any recorded State of the Union. Only Bill Clinton, at 75 minutes, regularly approached Trump's duration. So, how long will this speech be? How long will this speech be? Well, you know what? If we're going to talk about that for a second, I want to hear what you think. But if we're going to talk about that, well, first, hold on, I have to pull something up here. I think some of you know who we're going to look at first. If I can find it here. I think we're going to do a poll and see what you guys think. Why is it not on... One of our viewers says too long. One of our viewers says 95 minutes. Here it is. I found it. Yes. So, wow, it's actually going up. Hey, check this out. It's Kalshi. It's our sponsor, Kalshi. Some of you probably were saying to me anyway, or would have said to me, hey, what's happening with the prediction markets? Well, Kalshi's our sponsor, so let's see what people on Kalshi are saying. Kalshi is a prediction market where you can trade on the outcome of future events. You can also just go to Kalshi and see what people are thinking about stuff, because the odds change depending on how people are trading. Okay, so right now, the current forecast. So this, I guess they compute a forecast number based on how people are trading. But there's all these different markets where people can bet, they can trade either yes or no on any of these numbers. So, but according to Kalshi, the current prediction, if you add up everything, is 115 minutes. 115 minutes. And it's actually gone up today, because if you look at one day, it was at about 99 minutes a few hours ago, and now the current forecast on Kalshi is 115 minutes. Maybe based on actually, I think maybe I have to look this up. I think maybe somebody in his administration warned it might be a long speech. Just in case you're wondering at some of the numbers here, there is currently on Kalshi 115 minutes or above. That's almost 2 hours. Is 54% odds. Over 2 hours or more is 40% odds, and 125 minutes or more is 24% odds. Anyways, so you can see what some of the people trading on Kalshi think. I want to hear what you think. We're going to do our own poll right now. Anyways, again, on the estimation, the prediction on Kalshi has gone up in the last several hours from about 100 minutes to 115 minutes. Okay, I want to hear what you think. Hey, by the way, one last thing about that. If you want, you can go to kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing. I'm going to post the link in the chat right now. kalshi.com/agenda-free. Thank you to Kalshi for sponsoring. Okay, let's do our own poll. I want to do our own poll here. I want to ask you guys, how long will the speech be? By the way, what is the record? What is the longest State of the Union speech ever? Let's get that on. Oh, according to President Trump holds the record for around 100 minutes, I guess. I'm seeing this. Oh no, but was that a State of the Union? That was the longest address to Congress, I believe. See, remember this last year wasn't a State of the Union. It's called the Address to the Joint Session of Congress. President Trump, where is it here? Was this last year? I believe last year he went about 100 minutes, but that wasn't technically a State of the Union speech. I'd like to get a firm answer here. Yes, he was almost an hour and 40 last year, but that was not a State of the Union. Okay, so that's the longest, I think, to a joint session of Congress. The longest State of the Union speech, according to Axios, is... Why doesn't it just say? I see all these articles saying that President Trump has the longest joint address to Congress, which was last year, which was about an hour and 40 minutes. All right, I got to figure this out. Was it some of our viewers are saying Clinton? Oh, according to the longest State of the Union addresses in history. Bill Clinton spoke in 2000, and he gave a State of the Union address for an hour, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds. That's according to Business Insider. Is that the longest State of the Union? An hour, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds? That was Bill Clinton. Yes, that is. Okay, I'm seeing it elsewhere too. So the longest State of the Union ever was Clinton in 2000, an hour, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds. The longest address to a joint session of Congress, which I believe includes State of the Unions. But remember, the first year of the presidency, it's not called State of the Union. That was President Trump last year, and that was an hour and 39 minutes and 32 seconds. So now that we have that established, I'm going to ask you, it is poll time. Let me get the Congress picture of Congress back up. That's more fun than looking at just me. Hold on. Here. Okay. The question is, how long will Trump's speech be? Now, I guess I have to figure out. I don't want to give like 10 options. Less than 90 minutes. That's going to be option 1. Option 2 is going to be 90 to 105 minutes. Option 3 is going to be 106 to 120 minutes. And option 4 is going to be over 2 hours. Okay. That is going to be the 4 choices you get. Sorry, I can't ask Facebook because they haven't fixed their polls yet. I'm asking Twitch and YouTube right now. I just posted it on YouTube. So now I'm going to post it on Twitch, and we're going to see what you guys have to say about this. Give me one moment, please. I am posting it right now on Twitch. All right, so under 90 minutes, 90 to 105 minutes, 106 to 120 minutes, and over 2 hours. Those are the 4 choices. All right, I am now going to see what you guys actually said for your choices. Let's see here. Let's see what our viewers said. I am pulling it up on the screen right now. I have not even looked at the results myself until I put it up on the screen. Here it is. Okay, YouTube viewers, oops. YouTube viewers, here it is. In 2 seconds, you'll see it. We have 19% less than 90 minutes. 20% say 90 to 105 minutes. 30% say 106 to 120 minutes. And 30% say over 2 hours. So I guess the co-leaders are 106 to 120 and over 2 hours. And then let's see what Twitch has to say on this. Okay, here we go. Twitch, 10% under 90 minutes, 17% 90 to 105 minutes, 33% 108 to 120 minutes, and 41% on Twitch say over 2 hours. Wow. Remember, the longest State of the Union, I believe, is 88 minutes, and the longest speech to a joint session of Congress was President Trump last year, which was around 99 minutes. So 44% on Twitch now say it's going to be over 2 hours. We could be here a while. Oh, are we going to stream it? Of course we're going to stream it live. We're going to have the stream. We're going to have the speech live right here. We're going to be covering it. Okay, oops. All right. Hey, thanks to, by the way, thanks Cece for the bits on Twitch. I appreciate that, Cece. Thank you. Hold on a moment here. Thanks for voting in our poll. What will he talk about? I mean, we don't know for sure, but there's some reporting about what he'll talk about. Give me a moment here. Let me just do a couple things. Thanks again for voting in our poll. I'm going to end the poll now. Over on YouTube, people were 29% were split between 106 to 120 and over 2 hours. Now, hey, a quick thank you to VF9E, our member, Crystalia 1, who says length of time will depend if it's AI or not. Thank you, Crystalia, for your support. Thanks, Least Trustworthy Weasel, for your support. Thanks, G-Man, who says you need to check out the Pentagon Pizza Index. A lot of activity. I think something will happen tonight during Trump's speech. Look, the Pentagon Pizza Index is fun to look at, but there have been many, many, many times over recent months when the Pentagon Pizza Index said that there was elevated pizza activity near the Pentagon and nothing happened. Yes, as one of our viewers said, lots of pizza days. So it's fun to look at. But it certainly does not seem at this point, based on recent history, like a reliable indicator that of imminent military action. That's just that's my guess. I haven't done a scientific study, but I certainly have seen many times over the past several months when it has been elevated and yet no military strike has happened. You can go to Penn Pizza Report. It's a fun account. They posted 34 minutes ago, various pizzas are reporting above average traffic near the Pentagon. But I mean, this has happened a bunch recently. Anyways, you can check it out at Penn Pizza Report. Hey, thank you to, I didn't mean to pick on G-Man. Thank you, G-Man, I appreciate it. G-Man and some of our other viewers thinks there's going to be military action at the end of the speech. Thanks also to Louis R. Louis R. says, remember that the Pentagon has a full mall-style food court with pizza, McDonald's, Five Guys, etc., but yes, very fun. So, in an hour and 11 minutes and 15 seconds, the State of the Union is going to start. And we're going to have it live. But actually, we're supposed to get video from the room where Congress is gathering. Is it in the House? Is that where they gather? In the House chamber? That's my guess. That's my guess. I don't know. That would be my guess. We're supposed to get early video from there. We're supposed to get early video from the House chamber. So as soon as I have that video, I'll put it on screen. I think we're going to get that video. We're supposed to get the video from the House chamber starting around 8:20 in about a half an hour. Okay. So we are going to bring that to you. Hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment here. No, the speech is at 9 Eastern time, not 8 Eastern time, 9 Eastern time. Let's talk a little more about what's going to happen in this speech. Oops, give me one moment. We'll talk about it. Right, so the White House is running. They're running a live State of the Union stream, but there's no State of the Union yet. And right now on the live, let me just show you what the White House stream looks like right now. This is what the White House stream looks like right now. If I can. Hey, look. This is the live White House stream. I'm literally on the White House YouTube page. Look at this. Look at what I'm looking at. I don't even know what's going on. What's the audio? Hold on. I gotta better make sure there's no music on here or something. What's he saying? No, there is music. It's music. It's music. So I can't play the music. I can't play the music. But that right now is the White House. That's the White House. It's literally the White House YouTube page. There you go. Maybe he'll just give the speech. It looks like what that page is that they're running on the left. I guess they're running like his achievements, and on the right, it's AI Trump. But again, that is from the White House official live stream. Okay. So I just wanted to let you know that was going on. No, the audio is music. The audio, I just checked the audio, it's music, which I can't play. Beastly Fit thought it looked like Celebrity Deathmatch. We should talk about some of the guests. Hold on. I know that I'm looking. Ooh, that's still the same thing. I know that the U.S. men's hockey team is supposed to be a guest of Trump. You can see here from earlier, AP. Trump invited the team to his State of the Union address. The U.S. men's hockey game. I guess they're going. Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. plans to attend the State of the Union address. Some Democrats in Minnesota's congressional delegation are using their privilege of inviting guests to protest President Trump's immigration crackdown. Representative Ilhan Omar invited 4 people impacted by Operation Metro Surge. They included a woman who was filmed, a disabled U.S. citizen who was filmed being pulled from her car by ICE officers. Oh, and let's see here. GOP's Pete Stauber from Minnesota invited 2 conservative YouTubers, Nick Shirley and David Hawk, whose report alleging fraud at Minnesota child care centers caught Trump's attention and provided an impetus for the surge. Erica Kirk will be among Trump's guests in the House chamber, press secretary said. Oh, I didn't even see this on her post on it. Also, you'll notice Democratic women and their guests will be wearing suffragette white to confront Trump. The women of the House Democratic Women's Caucus and their guests, including a number of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse, are dressing in all white for the address this evening, modeling themselves after the earliest 20th century women who pressed for the right to vote and other rights. Some lawmakers are also wearing pins that express support for Epstein survivors and call for the release of case files on Epstein that do not redact information on his associates. Okay. Hey, 1 hour and 3 minutes and 54 seconds. I want to take comments from you guys. hopefully pretty soon we'll start getting some video from inside the House chamber. As soon as I have video from inside the House chamber, I'm going to put it on the screen. And give me a moment here. Robert, sober drunk, says it's going to be the same speech as always. By the way, here, look. This is from the White House press secretary, Carolyn Levitt, today. She said President Trump's State of the Union address will celebrate 250 glorious years of our nation's independence and excellence, highlighting incredible stories of American heroes throughout the speech. In 1 year, President Trump, she says, has turned our country around from the brink of disaster, and he will rightly declare the state of our union is strong, prosperous, and respected. President Trump will proudly tout his administration's many record-breaking accomplishments and also lay out an ambitious agenda to continue bringing the American dream back for working people. Tyler Becker says, what if he says aliens are real? Anyways, that's what the press secretary said. Snow League, Snowkeeper thinks most likely it will be nothing new. Grim Daddio says, do you all think the strikes will commence on Iran as Trump speaks? Alfie says, are the Democrats going to act like children again? Hold on a second here. By the way, just out of interest, I know they're a sponsor and we already talked about them, but I just want to do this I'm just interested in it. Kalshi also has a market. What will Trump say during the State of the Union? And just, for example, it's interesting, 92% odds that he will say hockey, maybe because the team is there. 91% odds he'll say Olympics, World Cup. 86% odds he'll say alien. 87% odds ICE. 87% National Guard. 88% Trump, TrumpRx.gov. 84% cartel. Just a few of them. Affordability is 78%. DEI woke 70%. Anyways, I wanted to see some of those. You can go look at that if you want to. Sleepy Joe is at 34%. What do you guys think? So much winning, says Peter. Hey, thanks to Cyrus the Virus for the membership. I appreciate that, Cyrus. And also, thanks to for being a member. Thanks also, Retro Dad. Retro Dad says the USS Ford is currently pierside in Crete. I don't imagine they're going to attack until the Ford goes back on deployment. Is that where the USS Ford is right now? I don't know where it is right now. Are you sure it's there right this second? Is there like a live cam or something? I don't know. Euronews posted about 13 hours ago that the USS Ford was at the U.S. naval base on Crete. I don't know where. Oh, I'm sorry. Euronews said that it was expected to remain at that base for 4 days, according to reports, according to Euronews. I don't know if it's specifically there, but Euronews said 13 hours ago that the Gerald R. Ford was expected to stay there for 4 days. Reuters had a report on that too. Hold on. If I can find it here. Yeah, a day ago. Oh, it said it just said it arrived on the island of Crete. Again, I don't know for sure where exactly, if it's still there and how long it's going to be on Crete. If he's still in Crete, or if it's still there docked in Crete, how long it's going to be there for, I don't know. I do not know. Herwig says it was in Crete for 16 hours. I have no idea. Aren't there supposed to be negotiations on Thursday? My understanding is that there were supposed to be negotiations on Thursday between Iran and the U.S. That was my understanding. I mean, who knows? Okay, anyways. Let's see here. I want to take some more comments from you guys. Let's check in. So the White House has gone live for their live stream. Let's check in with the White House live stream right now and see what's going on the White House State of the Union live stream before the actual speech. And here it is. Here is the White House live stream on their YouTube page. It is listing what I guess they believe the idea is to list achievements of Trump on the left and then some sort of animated Trump on the right, and it has music underneath which I can't play. There you go. So that's an update from the White House live stream. And I can show you the Capitol. Here's the Capitol. Here is the Capitol. Oh my gosh, there's the Capitol. Hang on a moment. So I really appreciate you guys all being here. Just 54 minutes and 30 seconds till the State of the Union starts, and we're going to have video from inside the Capitol before it starts. As soon as I get that video, I'll put it on there for you. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. We already have been. But we're going to take more of your comments and predictions for what's going to happen. We did a poll before. It seems like you guys think it's going to be pretty long. Hey, thanks to Boss Matic for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks, Boss Matic. Also, Resist and Exist. Thanks, Resist and Exist, for your support. Thanks, Boomer Wow, for your support. Thank you, Boomer Wow. What do I think he's going to talk about? Bosmatic says. I mean, look, there's lots of things that you think he's going to mention. I mean, I've heard a number of reports suggesting he's going to try to talk about the economy a lot. I think he's going to try to say that things are going well and you should vote Republican in November. My guess is that he might say. I don't know how much he's going to get into the Supreme Court and the tariffs. I don't know how much he'll talk about Iran or Mexico. There's a lot of things I don't know if he'll talk about them that much. It's a great question. I don't know. You can see the Washington Post says, oops, more than a dozen accusers of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein plan to attend the State of the Union address as guests of Democratic lawmakers who have insisted that the Trump administration has not fully complied with the law that should have forced the Justice Department to release most of its files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, look, AP reports about what Trump will be talking about, and they say a main theme of Trump's speech will be that the country is booming with a rise in domestic manufacturing and new jobs, despite many Americans not feeling that way. It's going to be a long speech, said Trump, because we have so much to talk about, he said. And Trump promised a heavy dose of talk about the economy. I guess Trump maybe said this today. I didn't see him say this today, but maybe he said that today. Press Secretary Leavitt said that Trump will argue that Republicans are best suited to continue tackling the public's concerns about the cost of living. Carolyn Leavitt told reporters at the White House, the president is going to make the case that 3 more years with him in the White House and with Republicans on Capitol Hill, we can finally achieve the American dream in this country again that we had in his first term, but was lost because of Joe Biden and the Democrats over the past 4 years. In President Trump's address, says AP, the president plans to announce that tech companies involved in AI are agreeing to pay higher electricity rates in areas where their data centers are located, according to a White House official. Data centers tend to use large volumes of electricity, potentially increasing the cost of power to other consumers in the area. President Trump is also expected to criticize the Supreme Court ruling against his signature tariff policies and talk about his attempts to maneuver around that decision without depending on Congress or spooking financial markets. He is further likely to urge lawmakers to increase military funding and tighten voter ID requirements, while defending immigration operations that have drawn bipartisan criticism following the shooting deaths of 2 American citizens. A former speechwriter for Bill Clinton, Jeff Sheasole, said Trump has typically used State of the Union addresses to offer more conventional tones than his usual bombast, but he's still apt to exaggerate repeatedly. His job for the sake of the party is to show the silver lining, Sheasole said. But if he's going to insist that the silver lining is gold, no one's buying it, said Sheasole. What do you guys think? Let's take some predictions from you. I'm going to read some predictions from you guys now, some comments from you. That was some reporting about what Trump's going to talk about. Chuck Mosca thinks if Trump really plans to tell us how great the economy is, that will be a disaster for him. Chuck thinks that that's the last thing Republicans who are up for re-election want him to do. CC says, I wonder if he will mention Marjorie Taylor Greene. Warhand says, the future looks bright. Fox 250R says, get popcorn ready. Thank you again. Oh, by the way, Monty Peterson says golden age inbound. Hey, thanks again to our moderators who are here. Very exciting. The State of the Union coming up. Huge thanks to our moderators. We got Roberts, Mayqueen, and Ruth moderating on YouTube right now. Big thank you. Also, thank you to our Twitch moderators, such as LB Prairie Dawn, Bastion Girl, J. Joe Innit, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Certainly Dev, all modding. Thank you on Twitch. Thank you to also moderating Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks LT for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks Charlotte Webb for modding. Thanks Martha Crawford for subscribing. Let me just see. We are about 47 minutes away from the start of the speech, and in about, now I can't guarantee this is going to happen, but in about 7 minutes, I'm supposed to start getting some footage from inside the room. What is this? Oh, I have, I think some Democrats are speaking, who are boycotting the State of the Union, it looks like. Hold on, what's this? Some Democrats, I'm not going to keep playing it, but they're having an event where they talk.
Faith Alliance and as a Baptist minister with good news.
I might show this in a second. I don't even know if it's all Democrats in Congress. It's a rally that's going on of Democrats who, Reuters says it's a rally of Democrats who are boycotting the speech. Let me just quickly show you what this is. Hold on, can I put it on the screen here? I don't even know if this is gonna work, let's see. That's clearly not it. There, I don't even know who this person is speaking. Maybe I should know. Really quick, again, Reuters says this is it says the title, it says Trump Congress protest, a group of U.S. liberal lawmakers will abandon Trump's State of the Union speech for an outdoor rally to protest his policies. Oh, the People's State of the Union. That's what it's called. One of our viewers mentioned this. It's called the People's State of the Union. It's I guess a counter-programming. It's anti-Trump rally going on. Hold on, just so you can hear what they're saying.
Who is a true American, conveniently made in their own image, and relegate all the rest of us to second-class status. While President Lincoln famously prayed to be on God's side, Trump instead blasphemously boasts that God is in fact on his side. In Trump's mind, God is little more than a divine mascot for his political team.
Okay, anyways, that is called the People's State of the Union, which I'm guessing you might be able to find online. We're focusing on the actual State of the Union right now. So, but maybe if you want to go watch that, I'm guessing you might be able to find it somewhere. Let me see. I think somebody just mentioned it. Maybe it's on YouTube or something. I just like to let you know. Hold on a second here. Yes, MS Now is showing a stream with the People's State of the Union. Move On is showing People's State of the Union on YouTube if you want to watch it. All right, so you can find it. You can find it if you want to find it. It's on YouTube. I just wanted to mention that was going on. But in about, let's see here, hold on. I'm hoping that in about 5 minutes or so, I will get video from inside Congress. All right, so I'm keeping an eye out for that. Also, in case you were wondering, let's do a quick check-in with the White House. Let's do a quick check-in with the White House live feed for the State of the Union. Where is it here? It's not there. Something is missing here. This is the White House live feed, which is live, for the State of the Union. Let's do a quick check-in. It's still like this. There it is. That is the White House YouTube channel, which is running a scroll of Trump achievements on the left and that on the right. That is still going on, and they are, I believe they're still playing music under it. So that's still happening. In case you were wondering, that is still happening. Okay, now, yes, a couple people have asked if we're going to play the speech. Of course we're going to play the speech. We're going to have the speech live. We're going to have the speech live. We're playing the speech live. We're going to play the speech live, and we're going to play the Democratic rebuttal, which I believe is by Abigail Spanberger, or the Democratic response. Yeah, she's going to give the State of the Union rebuttal speech, governor of Virginia. So we'll have that too. Hey, thanks to Fred Flintstone. Thank you so much for the memberships, Fred. That's really nice of you. Thanks again, Boss Matic, for the membership. So nice of you, Boss Matic. Thanks, Josh Barnes. Thanks, Alaskan Loss, who says, how many times will Trump say the best ever? Best ever. The best ever. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Gringo. Thanks so much, Gringo, for being a member. And Clay Alsman. Clay Alsman says Obama is the deporter-in-chief, most deportations ever. Thanks, Sean C., for being a member. Julio Limos for being a member. Resist and Exist, thank you. All right, in just a couple minutes, I'm supposed to get some footage from inside the House chamber. So I'm waiting for that. Thank you also to Carly Greenfield. Thanks so much, Carly, for your support. And hang on a moment. The White House pool was called to gather at the briefing room doors at 8:05 p.m. I don't know if that means Trump is about to leave the White House or leaving soon or whatever, or if somebody's going to say something to them over there. Eventually he'll get over. All right. So I am keeping. Let's look at Congress for a second. Let's look at the Capitol for a second while we wait for the footage. Here is the live shot of the Capitol right there. Wow, that is live. Our viewer, What's the Big Dilly, says can feel the love tonight. Let me take some more comments from you guys. I'm going to take some more comments. Thanks, Joshua Paul, for your kind words. Wickedest Witch says, does the speech time include the clapping? I would think so. Sometimes clapping can be 30 minutes in total. I believe the total time of the speech includes the clapping. It's just from the time he starts till the time he finishes. That's my guess. Hey, thanks to, again, Boss, Matic, and Schaff gave more membership. So nice of you. Please make sure you thank somebody like Boss, Matic, or Schaff, or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift sub on Twitch or a membership on YouTube. Now, hold on a second here. I am waiting. We don't have video hopefully any minute now. We will get some video from inside the room. So I'm keeping my eye out for that, from inside the House chamber. By the way, Reuters says, over the past 4 decades, it has become a ritual for presidents and more recently lawmakers to invite guests to the State of the Union address. Here are some of those invited. A number of Epstein accusers have been invited tonight. Olympians, President Trump invited the men's hockey team. Reuters says it was not immediately clear if they would attend the speech. Some NASA astronauts will be there. The crew of NASA's planned lunar spaceflight mission Artemis II are going to be there. Guests of Speaker Johnson, I believe. Supposedly that launch might get pushed back to April or later, supposedly. Don't have footage from inside the room yet. Wait, hold on. Let me check something else. No. Also tonight, let's see, who will be there? The president of the Wisconsin Soybean Association will be a guest of a Democratic representative. There will be the daughter of an imprisoned China critic, family of a fallen Louisiana police officer, parents of National Guard member fatally shot in an ambush. Oh, the parents of Sarah Beckstrom, who was a National Guard member who was killed in that attack on the National Guard troops, the shooting in D.C. last year. Her parents are going to be there, said a White House official. Erica Kirk will be there, and others. Those are just some of the guests. Mommy Tarsh thinks it will start 23 minutes late. I keep checking to see if I have the video from inside. Hold on a moment. So, now, hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Wait a second. Will I get footage from... There's a chance... I don't know if I'll have him leaving the White House. Is the White House going to show that? I don't know if I'll have it aside from the White House showing it. There's like pool footage. I can't steal the pool footage. I'm definitely going to have the speech. But I was trying to see what other footage I'm going to have here. I'll have some other footage here too. Hold on a moment. Yes, so again, I am waiting. Any time now, I should get... Ooh, hold on. Wait. Now, I have like a wide view of the White House. What's this? View of the Capitol. Okay. Again, as soon as I have any other footage I can show you, which I will eventually have, I will get it right on the screen. I'm just looking around at the different footage here, making sure I don't have anything available right now I can show you. I don't have anything else right now I can show you. So let's keep an eye on it, and let me take some more comments from you. Dean R. says, I am holding on and waiting. The People's State of the Union, I showed about 30 seconds of it. That's a gathering of, it's like an anti-Trump rally going on. But I'm not going to show any more of that. You can find it on YouTube. Our viewer James Perry says, does the attack on Iran start during the speech? Jaded One says, I hope we hear something about aliens and not just the illegal ones. Oh, guys, hold on a second. Hold on. I have some video to show you. I do have some video to show you. Oh, we have the House TV version. Okay. This is from House TV. It says, the House is in recess and will reconvene in approximately 8 minutes for a joint session of Congress to receive the President's address. Look at this. There we go. Exciting. So we're going to be able to watch their footage from inside the House chamber. That doesn't mean the speech starts at 8:35, but means the House reconvenes at 8:35. So we should be able to see inside the House chamber in just about 7 minutes. That's exciting. No, I cannot steal C-SPAN's feed. Hang on one moment here. I'm just checking out the different feeds here and stuff. What about C-SPAN 2? No, I'm not allowed to steal C-SPAN 2 feed either. I cannot steal C-SPAN. I was hoping possibly, I don't think I'm going to have a shot of Trump leaving the White House. I don't think. I don't know. I'll keep an eye out for that. But again, very shortly, in just about 5 minutes, the House will reconvene and we will have the footage. Dean R. says 25 minutes of hobnobbing. Let me also just do a quick check and see if I have any news updates about anything before it starts. Let's see here. Checking here. I'm not seeing any huge news being reported. So Fox News's Chad Bergrum is posting. Fox News has posted some excerpts from Trump's speech, according to Peter Doocy. According to Fox News, Trump will say, but when it comes to the corruption that is plundering America, there has been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members from the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American people, from the American taxpayer. I think he's probably talked about that before, by the way. Also, according to Fox News, Trump will say at some point in the speech, as we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. They have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I am demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security and for the border security and Homeland Security of the United States. According to Fox, he'll say that. Hey, thanks to Boss Matic. Boss Matic, that's so kind of you. Thanks for your support and for your very kind note. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do Your Duty RN as well. Thank you for being a member. Beam Me Up. Thanks so much for the memberships. Thanks, Alaskan Lost. You know, something I always wonder with this kind of event is, will there be any big surprises? Will there be any big surprises? That I don't know. Maybe we'll do a quick flash poll. Flash poll. Will there be any big surprises? That's the poll question. It's our flash poll. Got to answer quick. Yes, Water Girl in NC, we will have the rebuttal speech after. We will definitely have that. Let's see what our viewers say. Will there be any big surprises? I'm not even asking you what the surprises will be. I'm just saying, will there be any big surprises? Okay, flash poll over there on YouTube. Here is what YouTube says. Oopsie. Let's try this again. 60% say yes on YouTube. Wow. 60% say there will be big surprise, at least one big surprise. Meanwhile, on Twitch, we have about 50-50 on Twitch. 54% say no, 46% say yes, and on YouTube, 60% say yes, 40% say no. Our viewer Dill G. Warren thinks it'll be another very campaign rally. Thanks for voting in our flash poll. %60 say yes, there will be big surprises on YouTube. Meanwhile, on Twitch, 55% say no. We'll have to see. Thanks for voting. All right, hold on. Let me see what kind of video. Oh, well, any moment now, just in about a minute or so, Congress is going. This video should show you the inside of the House chamber, where the speech is going to be. So just keep your eye out on this, because we should see something here very soon. It's 8:34. It says the House is in recess and will reconvene at approximately 8:35. Hectate says we should see people soon. We'll see. Thank you, Express Investing. Thank you, Express Investing, for your support from New Zealand. Also, Gregory Radner, our member. All right, it is now 8:35. So as you can see on the screen, it says the House will reconvene at approximately 8:35. It is now 8:35. So we are waiting to get the video any moment now. It should just start happening. Daniel Fletcher thinks Democrats are going to walk in late. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look, 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 look.
The House will come to order.
It's live. We're live. We're live. Oh my gosh, we're live.
Vice President and United States Senate.
The Vice President and the Senate are walking in. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's starting. It's starting. It's starting. Look, it's J.D. Vance. Oh my gosh, the pageantry. The pageantry has begun. Get ready for a lot of pageantry. It's J.D. Vance and the Senate. The senators are going to all walk in, all the senators. It's John Thune. It's Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Get ready to see a lot of senators. And J.D. Vance. Yes, they are walking in. They're shaking hands with the House members. Can you believe this? They turn down the volume while this is going on. All right, check it out. We got our J.D. Vance cam. J.D. Vance cam. If you wanted to see J.D. Vance coverage, you are not disappointed right now. A lot of comments about J.D. Vance in the chat. Isn't that Chip Roy over there on the left? Hey, thank you to Sparky Jean. Hey, that's really nice of you, Sparky Jean. Yeah, I ate a bunch before the stream because I knew it'll probably be a long stream. Thanks, I am Charlie, who says, God bless America, 250 years old this year. Hey, it's Chuck Schumer. Senator Schumer is there. Senate Minority Leader Schumer is there. Again, the volume the volume is low on the source. They turn down the volume during this part. Thanks so much to Boss Matic, who says, y'all think JD gonna be our next president? Thank you, Boss Matic. Samuel Bronkowitz says, JD and Erica 2028? Look at this video. Oh my gosh, guys. Wow, the pageantry. We got military. Hey, it's Raisin Cane. Isn't that Raisin Cane? Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Dan Kane. Am I wrong? Right there, right back there. Am I right or behind? I thought that was him back there. Behind, in the back there. I may have been correct. I'm not sure. I thought it was him. Some of our viewers are saying it's not him. I'm looking at a picture of him right now on the line. It looked like him, but it might not have been him. Look, J.D. Vance is with Speaker Johnson. J.D. Vance is with Speaker Johnson. Oh my gosh. Wow. Look at the senators are coming in. I see Senator Kennedy from Louisiana, I see. I'm sure a lot of you guys see different senators there. I see Elizabeth. No, it's not her. I thought I saw Elizabeth Warren, but I did not see Elizabeth Warren. Senators are coming into the House chamber. Wow. Will Joe Biden come? I'm not aware that Joe Biden's supposed to be there. Look at this. All of the senators are coming into the House chamber now. They're shaking hands. They're saying hi to everyone. More senators on the way. And there's J.D. Vance and Speaker Johnson at the front there. Up on the, is it the dais? So we're waiting for President Trump to get over there. Let me just see something here. We got more shots of Congress saying hi to each other. What we got a close-up coming up. Look at it's J.D. Vance and Speaker Johnson hanging out. They're hanging out and chatting. They're having a chat. Again, President Trump, when he spoke to a joint session of Congress last year, that was an hour and 39 minutes. But that wasn't technically a State of the Union. The longest technically State of the Union was Clinton gave one that was 88 minutes. President Trump said it's going to be a long speech tonight. Oh, thank you so much to Ma Kettle 22. That is really nice of you, Ma Kettle 22. Thank you so much. Thank you also, Mitchell Pilot. I believe the Supreme Court justices are all supposed to be there. We'll have to see though. Thank you, Fishing a Lot, who says in the State of the Union this week. Thank you, Fishing a Lot. Thank you also, Desert Darlin, who says JD 2028. Thank you, Boss Matic. Give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. Thanks for your patience. We are watching the pageantry from the House chamber. I see John Fetterman. There's John Fetterman coming in. You can see him there. I know a lot of our viewers have seen other politicians that they've identified. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, who says, Gorsuch better be there? Mitchell Pilot traded on that on Kalshi, Mitchell Pilot said. Yes, Fetterman is wearing, it looks like Fetterman's wearing a suit. That is true. One of our viewers says Tillis. They are saying hi. Thank you so much, Daz L558 from Canada. So nice of you. Thank you. Someone said they saw Tom Cotton. I'm looking. Thank you also. Jason is right 55. Thank you, Jason. There's the wide shot coming up right there. There's Fetterman again. I see Josh Hawley from Missouri. I think Josh Hawley is back there walking in. I also see Tim Sheehy from Montana back there. I saw him. Katie Britt from Alabama. Someone said they saw Massey. They're all getting ready. Up, I see Bill Cassidy from Louisiana. One of the viewers said they saw, yes, I saw him too. Congressman Al Green from Texas is there. I saw him as well. Ben Walton says, I bet it's going to be good. Thank you, Mike Kelly. I appreciate it. Mike Lilly. Mike Lilly, 1474. Thank you. Let me shout out again our moderators because they are so awesome. I really appreciate our moderators being here as we approach the State of the Union address. Get ready. We have, hold on, you're going to see J.D. Vance in a second. There he is. Ruth and Leslie Lady Hawk modding. Thank you so much. All of our YouTube moderators. Our Facebook mods. Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and also over on Twitch, Bash and Girl, the Bears, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, J. Joanted, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev all modding. Thank you. Big appreciation. Now, President Trump, obviously they have to announce him and have him come in. Then he's got to shake hands. So that's all going to happen. Reuters says the State of the Union could be Trump's best chance to sell voters on Iran plans. Will Trump try to sell voters tonight on Iran plans? The motorcade is at the Capitol. I'm sorry, I didn't even see this. Yes, so Trump is at the Capitol. According to the White House press pool, the motorcade has arrived at the Capitol. So at some point, very shortly, he's going to get introduced. Oh, yes, Supreme Court's got to come in too. I don't see the Supreme Court in the room. Oh, thank you, Raisback. That's really nice of you. Thanks for the memberships, Raisback. Thank you. Thanks also, Case Skyvelt, for being a member. Thanks also, Jasper Axelrod. Jasper says Rubio 2028. It's the Junit says usually Supreme Court is in the front row. I haven't seen them yet. That pilot guy, our viewer says, ready to be disappointed. Our viewer Kaiser says a third of this event is usually just half of the people clapping. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on.
The joint session will come to order.
Oh my gosh. The joint session's coming to order.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
The escort committee is going to escort the president in. Thank you, Miss Teddy H3, who says, is Hail to the Chief played with a live band? I haven't seen a live band there. I don't know if they'll play anything. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, the acting dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Okay. We got to start seeing some of the cabinet members come in, right? Here we go. I think I just saw Monica Crowley. I don't think there's any way the speech will start in 6 minutes and 46 seconds. By the time everybody gets in there and we do all the intros, it's fine. I don't know who the designated survivor is tonight. I didn't look that up. News Nation says, well, they don't have it in here. I don't see it. See if I can find anything about that. I don't know who the one is. I'm not seeing a name out there yet. The Wikipedia says a designated survivor is a person in the presidential line of succession who is kept distant from others in the line when they are gathered together.
Justices of the Supreme Court.
It's Hegseth in the Supreme Court. Here we go. Pete Hegseth and the justices of the Supreme Court, they just said. All right, Supreme Court justices coming in now. He said Pete Hegseth, I thought, but I don't see Pete Hegseth. Look, the Supreme Court justices, oh my gosh, there they are. It's the Supreme Court. Oh my gosh. Wow. The Supreme Court justices. I don't think I saw all of them. Are there some of them there? I don't know. Maybe some others are coming. I didn't think I saw all of them. Looked like several of them. Are only 4 going tonight? I don't know. Maybe one of our viewers thinks they always only have some. I'm looking this up. Alito usually doesn't go, says Reuters. Alito usually doesn't go. So that's one of them. Reuters says John Roberts has attended every State of the Union address since joining the Supreme Court, even though he has publicly questioned why he bothers. Roberts in the past, in 2010, said, to the extent the State of the Union has degenerated into a political pep rally, I'm not sure why we're there. I cannot speak to all of the Supreme Court justices and why they're there or not there. That's a good question. Okay. Maybe she didn't say Hegseth before. She said Supreme Court Justice, but I didn't see Hegseth come in. So I think we're still waiting on cabinet members. Oh, thanks so much to S Register. This is my portable one, Royal Kludge keyboard. It's very good. Mechanical keyboard. Thanks, S Register. Thanks also, Dewey, for the memberships. I appreciate that. Thanks, A. Wendy. Thanks, Southern Guy X, for being a member. So, okay. So I don't think that the clock I have in 90 seconds, I'm going to take the clock off because I'm going to change the headline. I'm going to have the headline say, awaiting Trump soon. Oh, it's the First Lady. The First Lady. There she is, the First Lady. People are clapping for the First Lady. And Barron. It's Barron Trump. It's the Trump family. It's the Trump family. I didn't realize it initially. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, the President's cabinet.
The President's cabinet is entering. Oh my gosh. It's the cabinet. It is the cabinet is entering. Oops. The cabinet is entering now. Breaking news. The cabinet is arriving. Oh my gosh. This is insane. The cabinet is coming in. The pageantry. Look, it's Scott Bessent. It's Pete Hegseth. Look at the cabinet. It's Pam Bondi. It's Doug Burgum. Look at, it's all the cabinet. I haven't seen Kristi Noem yet. It's Marco Rubio. It's Marco Rubio. Look at this. Wow. There is Pete Hegseth. He's shaking hands. Thank you so much to Will W.Y. Thank you. And also Eli Betts. Thanks, Eli. I appreciate that. Guys, It's the cabinet. It's Pam Bondi. It's Pam Bondi. Hey, it's some of the Supreme Court justices. Kagan, Kavanaugh, Roberts, Barrett. I see them there. There's Dan Kane. There's Raisin Kane right there. Thank you so much to our member, Gore Than Kifchi, if I'm saying it right. Thank you. We're waiting for Trump. I think Trump is next. Isn't Trump next? We're waiting for Trump to come in. Hold on. Look, it's the First Lady. It's Barron. Look at this. And we have JD and Speaker Johnson still hanging out. The cabinet is still coming in. The cabinet is still entering. I think I see Kristi Noem. Isn't that Kristi Noem on the left? There she is. It's Kristi Noem. I think I just saw Sean Duffy. We're waiting for Trump. We're waiting for Trump. I just saw Lee Zeldin. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. RFK Jr. I see RFK Jr. Look, there he is. There is Pete Hegseth. Everyone saying hello to each other. Yes, Byron Donalds is there, the Florida U.S. representative. I believe that's him. Okay, guys, I think the next person to enter is Trump. I think next is Trump. Here we go. There again is the Trump family. Look, it's the Trump family. You can see in the front row, Eric and Don Jr. and Tiffany. The First Lady, Barron. Ivanka? All right, guys. This is it. We're waiting for Trump. Oh, is Erica Kirk there? Did I confuse Erica Kirk for somebody? I didn't see Erica Kirk. She's supposed to be there. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
President Trump is entering. Oh my gosh. It's President Trump. It's President Trump. He's entering. Here is President Trump. He is coming in for the State of the Union. Oh my gosh. Wow. How long will this take until he starts the speech? Because he's going to have to shake a lot of hands. A lot of people want to shake his hand. Oh, I have an extra shot here. Hold on, I might have a better angle here. This angle's pretty good though. All right, give me one moment. What I'm gonna do, there's a second angle here because I have a second feed. So if I do this, let's see here. Yes. What if I switch it and do this? There's the other angle. There's the other angle. Let's see if the audio is better on angle 2. I think it's the same. We got 2 angles. Hold on. The first one's more of a close-up angle. I like the first one better. I don't know which one I'm going to go with for the speech. I got 2 different angles here. There's his family in the front row. It's his family. All right, we're going to stick with this angle. We're going to stick with this angle. President Trump is here. Look, he's saying hi to the Supreme Court justices. He's saying hi to Raisin Cain. The audio is low because they turn down the sound while he's coming in. The audio will be better when he speaks. But on this feed, they turn it down when he comes in. So the audio will be better when he is speaking. You'll see in a second, they will turn the audio back up. They just turn it down for a moment when he's coming in. So the audio will be better. That's the way they've done it the whole time. All right, so he's pointing, he's clapping, he's pointing and clapping. He is about to start speaking. He's looking at J.D. Vance and Speaker Johnson. Again, the audio will come back when he starts speaking. Look, he is pointing. He is pointing. He has not started speaking yet. He is going to.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
And now they clap, and now they're going to now they turn the volume down again. I forgot about that. Now they have more applause. More applause. More applause.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide-open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure. Thank you. Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. They do. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to health care, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word, they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of health care, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot not corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. And we're able to find enough of that fraud. We will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget, there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They'd never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead, of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby, it's becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved Uncle Enrique, But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator. Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
That was the State of the Union address by President Trump. We're going to hear the Democratic response coming up. Hang on a bit, Nate. We'll be taking your comments on the air as well. I want to say it might have been like an hour and 50 minutes. I got to go back and check the exact time he started. Hold on, though. I don't want to interrupt. He started about an hour and 50 minutes ago, I think. But I don't have the exact time. So I'll have to go back and look. So they've turned down the volume. So give me a moment, because the Democratic response, we're going to watch President Trump as he shakes hands walking out. Yeah, the Democratic response is coming up, and I want to get that on the screen here, but I have it ready here. But as soon as it comes up, I will put it on for you. I'm looking right now at when he started, because a lot of people want to know how long would he speak. I'm looking right now, and it looks to me like he started at, right around 9:12 p.m. And it ended like 2 minutes ago. So if you told me like it was an hour 47 or so, right around an hour 47, I think, which would be the longest State of the Union. And then last year, he spoke for an hour and 39 minutes to a joint session of Congress. So it's longer than that as well. I think it was about an hour 47 minutes. So I think it was the longest State of the Union speech. And maybe the longest to a joint session of Congress. AP says 141. Well, I'm literally looking. I don't know exactly when he finished, but I'm literally looking at him starting at 9:12 p.m. So he definitely started at 9:12 p.m. and he finished When? Yeah, 10:59. It was roughly 1:47. Roughly 1:47. Roughly. So, all right, I want to take some comments from you guys. And again, coming up, the Democratic rebuttal. The Democratic rebuttal is coming up. We are going to play that. Let's see here. Menace thought it was an excellent speech. Gina Pina says it was more like the Grammys than a State of the Union. Mammy Washington says very impressive. Herwig Kirscher says no surprises. It didn't seem like he was off the prompter that much. I'll say that. Let's see here. Pickled Bird says it was long. Devil Kid says it was the best State of the Union address ever given. Cowboy Bob thought it had not much substance.
The chair declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved.
All right, so again, we're waiting for the Democratic rebuttal, which is coming up. Coming up, Democratic rebuttal. Any moment now. As soon as I have it here, I will put it on the air for you. I am keeping my eye on it, waiting to give you that while taking your comments. By the way, we couldn't really hear it, but I was reading reports on that. There were several Democrats who, during the speech, reportedly, for example, Ilhan Omar and, hold on, who was another one? Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, is it? If I'm getting this right, Tlaib. They were both among Democrats who were shouting things.
The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the message of the President be referred to the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union and be ordered printed.
Without objection. Does the gentleman from Louisiana have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I also move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
So what I was saying is there were some Democrats who were yelling during the speech. You couldn't really hear it because it seemed like what was happening on the feed we had, which was the House feed. On that feed, the volume was getting turned down when that happened. So it wasn't really, they weren't mic'd anyway. But so I read some reports about some things that they were saying, but we couldn't really hear it on our feed. But it was happening. It was happening. I don't know exactly how much was happening. I couldn't really hear it in detail. At some points, we could hear some things. Okay. That feed we had via Reuters, by the way. That was via Reuters. We were using that feed tonight. Okay, now we're waiting for the rebuttal feed. Oh, I have the clock up. We don't need the clock up. So coming up, hold on, soon, coming up, Democrat rebuttal. Democratic rebuttal to State of the Union. We're going to watch this. All right. In the meantime, let me take some more comments from you guys. Frank said Tlaib was holding up a protest sign. Oh, speaking of protest signs, I heard something about a protest sign. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. I need to do something so I can check. Keep an eye on the. I'm keeping an eye on the rebuttal feed. So give me 1 moment here, because we want to get that on for you when it starts. Okay, so I saw a report that, who was it? I'll have to see if I can find this. Al Green, representative from Texas, according to Jake Sherman, who reports for Punchbowl. I think he's one of the founders of Punchbowl. Jake Sherman said that at one point, I think towards the start of the speech, Representative Al Green from Texas was standing in front of the chamber with a sign that said, "Black people aren't apes." And Jake said chamber staff was talking to him and it looks like they will remove him. I don't know what ended up happening with that, though. So, again, we're waiting for the Democrat rebuttal. We'll have that shortly. Laura, our viewer, says 107 minutes long speech. NYC committee said he was removed. I'll have to confirm that. I didn't see confirmation myself. Hang on. Yes, so, oh, hold on a second. That's not it. Where's the Al Green thing? Can't find it here. Al Green was ejected. The Guardian says he was ejected. CNN says he was escorted out of the House chamber. Yes, and there's a picture on CNN of him holding of Al Green holding a sign that says "Black people aren't apes." I may be able to get a picture of that, but I have to check it here. Wait, hold on. Where is this? She's starting. Hold on. The Democratic rebuttal has started. Why isn't it on Reuters yet? Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 moment. Hold on. I got to get the Democratic rebuttal up for you. Okay, 1 moment here. Here it is. Here it is. I'm getting it up for you right now. I'm getting it on the screen right now. Where is it? Where's the Democrats? What's going on? Reuters said they were carrying it. I need a second. Reuters had it, and now they don't have it. So I need a second to get this up on the screen for you. I know. I know it started. Reuters had it, and it's not there. Now I have to find it. It's crazy. I don't know what happened to it. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. It's very confusing. Scheduled. It says Democrats start time. Oh, I got it. Here it is. They just started it. Well, I just got access. Here it is. Hold on. I'm putting it on the screen for you right now. We'll have to rewind, and I'll rewind and show you the beginning after. But I'm putting it on the screen right now. Here it is. It's coming on the screen right now.
Has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the President and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the President celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the President working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our communities safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our President has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our President told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the President spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOGE, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our President has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the President working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the President did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
Okay, that was Governor Spanberger of Virginia. I'd like to, if I can, we missed like the first 2 minutes. There was a little bit of a technical issue. So if I can do it, I'll try to replay like the first 2 minutes of it. She spoke for about 10 and a half minutes. Anyways, I don't know if I can. If I'm able to get the first 2 minutes, I'll play it for you. All right. Hey, I want to take some of your comments now. Hold on a second. State of the Union post coverage, just so people know what we're doing. Hey, I want to take some of your comments about the State of the Union and the Democratic response. Hey, really quick, I want to, yes, Ellie Betts, normally there is a response by the other party to the State of the Union. Thank you, Ellie Betts, by the way. I owe some thank yous to people. Let me say a couple thank yous, then I'm going to take your comments. Thank you to Ellie Betts, Goxbirds, Mr. Cyfex, and Goxbird says, I thought this was supposed to be a rebuttal. Sounds more like a temper tantrum. Mr. Cyfex says, I'm considering leaving Oregon because of Democrat policies. Thanks, BRNJNS. And thanks for shouting out our moderators. I got to shout them out again soon. I really appreciate all of our moderators who've been here. Thanks also Larry Talbot, who mentioned Iran. President Trump, I don't know. I mean, he did say today he still prefers diplomacy on Iran. So I don't know that we really got insight into what's going to happen with Iran from the speech tonight. Thanks B4DD4Y, who says he thought Trump made the Democrats feel uncomfortable. He thought it was the most nonpartisan. Maybe he said definitely the most nonpartisan State of the Union I watched, but I like it. I don't know if he meant not nonpartisan. Anyways, I appreciate it, B4DDY. Thanks, I am Charlie. Thank you to Emma Pasquale, who thought it was a great speech by President Trump, who thought he was strong and conveyed a momentum that looks to the future. Jackie Morgan, Boomer Wow, least trustworthy weasel, who said that Trump did not address the $39 trillion national debt. Not my real name, Skybird, Jesse James, Chocolate Angels. All right, I'm gonna thank some more people in a second. I want to take some comments from you. I'm not done thanking people. I owe some thanks to people. But let me read some more from you guys about your reaction to the speech and the rebuttal. Okay. Mike, I'll say H, says, midterm showboating, both sides, and roasting. I don't know that he said anything about Iran that he hadn't said before. I mean, he said that Iran was trying to develop missiles that could hit the U.S. He also said that Iran was trying to restart its nuclear program. He said Iran had to commit to never having a nuclear weapon. But he said he preferred diplomacy with Iran. Let's see here. Our viewer, Fred Astray, says the common ground lies hidden in the fog of fake tribalism. Lazy Dennis thought the Democrats embarrassed themselves, seem heartless. Do you mean during President Trump's speech? Whereas Jessica Dubois says it seemed like a lot of propaganda. I don't know who Jessica's talking about, though. Which speech? The Coon thought that Governor Spanberger seemed mad. Effin Stefan says, I thought it was awesome the USA hockey team was there at Trump's speech. Pravda says Trump talks about strength all night, but a truly strong country doesn't have this many people on the streets. Let's see here. Real White Comedy says, I don't think Trump should have called the Democrats crazy. Thanks, Don Coe, for watching over there on X. By the way, Blake thought that was a recorded response. I thought it was live. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I was assuming that response was live myself. Mr. Pig says, a Democrat calling for unity is ridiculous. Nobody hates more than them. Marcia Jones thought Trump's speech wasn't a strong speech. It was his usual drivel. Raisback thought both were pretty weak. Let's see here. Gina Pina says the governor of Virginia wasn't mad or yelling. Some people just think women should smile all the time. Brandon Hazelton says, why didn't they stand up? Fresh Apple says, he should have called them a different name that I'd be banned for, so I won't say it. Entropy Serpent says, Trump's speech felt like an Oprah episode. You get a medal, you get a medal. Here's our next special guest. Hey, thank you so much to Nick Shannon. I appreciate it, Nick Shannon. Thank you. Did I feel like he was holding back on Iran? I don't know what his plan was, but again, the remarks on Iran didn't strike me as anything super new. And again, I couldn't really look at that speech tonight, the small part about Iran, didn't really seem to me to give much of a clue as to what he's going to do on Iran. Didn't seem to be that different than what he's been saying in recent weeks. Thanks also Bartholomew Day, who thinks terrible rebuttal Democrats should be embarrassed and yet again reconsider their failing party. By the way, a couple other things. Mitchell Pilot and Jasper Axelrod, Mike Lilly, Jason is right, Raisback, A. Wendy, Miss Teddy H. Sorry, I owe a few more thank yous from before. Danny Finch, Celsar, L.O. Asti, Chocolate Angel, N4S4H, Daniel Moore. Thanks so much, Daniel Moore. I appreciate it. Jack M. Esteban, thank you. April S. Neal. And D-Tex. Skybird, not my real name. Hold on. I want to read some more of your comments now. Hey, thanks John Deeds over there on Twitch, Airtight Ski Pole, and Somewhere on Earth. Hey, ZB the Great, that's very generous of you. Thank you. ZB says, Donald Trump may not be the perfect person, but neither are you nor I. ZB thinks he has done more for this country and the world than any of his recent predecessors. ZB, I very much appreciate your support for the channel. It's very kind of you. Thank you, ZB the Great. Also, thank you, Bartholomew Day and Hawthorne TR. Larry Talbot says, no bombast on Iran. That's a clue. You think, Larry, it's a clue? You think it's a sign he's going to go light or not attack Iran? Is that what you think, Larry? Hawthorne says, do you think Omar and Tlaib should be censured like Joe Wilson was in 2009 when he shouted, you lie at Obama? I feel like in recent State of the Unions, there have been people in both parties who have heckled or shouted again at the president. depending on which party the president was in. But I'm not up to date on my history of the shouting during the State of the Union. Some people are mentioning Marjorie Taylor Greene in our chat. I think I'm pronouncing her name right. Is it Talib? I'm sorry. I never actually say her name out loud. So I honestly don't know how to pronounce it. I know that sounds ignorant. Rashida Talib? I don't know. I'm sorry. I have forgotten how to, either I knew and forgot. Some people are saying Talib. I think it might be Talib now, and I'm sorry if I was mispronouncing it. Matt Machine says Talib. Let's go with Talib. I feel like I remember saying it that way originally. Not tonight, but I didn't remember. Okay, anyways, I'm sorry. Oh, hey, for those of you wondering about the speech time breaking a record, I have this report from AP. It did break the record. Oops, that's not it, obviously. It's right here, obviously also there. Speech time breaks record. Trump's 108-minute speech broke his own record for longest presidential address in Congress. The prior record was his 100-minute speech last year. Before 2005, President Clinton had the record with speeches clocking in at 89 minutes in 2000 and 85 minutes in 1995. I did notice that he did say, we've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all, talking about El Mencho. Remember, the Mexican government said the U.S. was involved with intelligence. I don't know what the full extent of U.S. involvement was in that. Hey, by the way, shout out to our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate it. We have had a lot of people in the chat tonight, a lot of people with different opinions. And the only reason we can have the chat, I think it's really cool that we can have a chat where people with different opinions can come talk. But the only reason we can do that is because we have our mods there keeping everything under control. So I really appreciate them being here. Ruth is over there right now on YouTube moderating. We've had a bunch of moderators on YouTube here, and I really appreciate it. Also on Twitch, we've had a bunch of moderators. People like Bastion Girl, The Bears, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, and others. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Also, shout out to our Facebook moderators. But again, I know we've had a lot of people chatting tonight, and I really appreciate our moderators being there. Kay Lowry Body. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thanks. Thanks also Helen Anderson for subscribing, and Robert Rial II for subscribing over there on Facebook and LT. Quick shout out to some of our Twitch subscribers too. People like on Twitch. Thanks to, I don't know if I thanked Seaboys before on Twitch. Somewhere on Earth, thanks for subscribing. Chi-Town Bear, Wall Street and Shaggy. They subscribe. And Tatsiki, thanks for subscribing. Rusty while I'm at it, let me just thank a couple of our YouTube members. Rusty Shackelford, C. Serwin, and then we'll take some more comments from you guys. Jason D. in California, Zaylin, Chris N., Sinful Clam, CJC Freedom, Paula Faust, Ian H.B., Evelyn in Maine. These are some of our members. Deborah Hodes, Nicola N.J., Deadwing, the rest of our members there. All right, let's take some more comments. What did you guys think? What did you guys think? PW360 thinks it's a very big deal that Trump said Iran is pursuing missile and nuclear weapons programs. And also, as I mentioned, he said something like they were working on missiles that eventually could reach the United States. PW360 thinks it's basically a reason for the upcoming attack. I don't know that that's really a new position. I mean, we know that Iran has been working. I don't know that they're at all close to having missiles that could hit the United States. So he didn't say that in his speech. I'm sure they've been trying to increase the range of their missiles. Clearly, Trump has thought for a long time that they wanted a nuclear weapon. So again, I mean, maybe he was, I don't know what was in his mind. Maybe he was trying to offer some kind of justification. I don't know. Maybe you're saying that, PW360. I don't think that it's really big new information. We'll see. If the next 4 days Trump starts to, he hasn't been talking about them building missiles to reach the United States. So we'll see if he starts talking about that a lot. But he's talked a lot lately about them having a nuclear weapon. There is a whole kind of strange thing where, remember, initially during the protests, during the Iran protests, President Trump said that if Iran killed protesters, there would be some kind of U.S. response. I believe he suggested military response, but I don't remember the exact words. And then tonight, a couple times, he has said that Iran killed 32,000 protesters. But the talk now of responding to Iran by President Trump is no longer responding to them for killing protesters. It's responding to them because they're working on nuclear weapons and their missile program. So it doesn't sound like he is at this point using the killing protesters for a reason to attack them. But again, he didn't really talk about Iran that much tonight. I don't know what's going to happen with Iran. Thank you, PW360, for writing it. Sons of Liberty says just like Venezuela wasn't about drugs. Kit John says Trump said help was on the way. Thank you, Nick Shannon. Nick says Trump did speak like he was taking responsibility for killing El Mencho. I thought it was interesting he didn't pass it over to the Mexicans. I mean, I know what you're saying in that he said we took out, and when he was referring to El Mencho. But the thing is, he didn't speak about it for that long. And, you know, maybe he didn't really focus on his wording. So maybe you know, he kind of just said that and then didn't bother to get into like, well, it was a joint operation and all that. So I didn't know how much to read into his remark there. I thought it was interesting, but I can't tell how much to read into it. Thank you so much, Nick Shannon. Also, Larry Talbot. Larry says, would I try to bluff Trump? No. Here's a couple things that Reuters pointed out from his speech. They say takeaways from his State of the Union. They say he spoke a bunch about the economy. They said he talked about how the economy was really doing well. They said he stopped short of acknowledging that many Americans are still struggling with the high cost of living, including food and house prices. They also say aides have been pushing him to speak for weeks to speak more about the economy, and they have prevailed for now. He did speak a bunch about the economy. On a number of occasions, Trump took aim at Democrats as anti-American and acting as against the sorry, I can't speak. On a number of occasions, Reuters says, Trump took aim at Democrats as anti-American and acting against the best interests of the country, highlighting the increasingly partisan tone of the annual speech. Democrats stayed in their seats, visibly irritating Trump, while Republicans leapt to their feet to applaud the president on issues ranging from gender politics to illegal migration and crime. Some, like Representatives Al Green and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, yelled at Trump during the speech. For those Democrats, Trump's views on those issues are divisive and problematic and upset large parts of their base. Case for war. The president did not even mention Iran until well over an hour into his speech. And when he did, he simply repeated his standard talking points, saying it was imperative to keep a bomb out of Tehran's hands. He gave little hint about which way he is leaning on military action. Oh, he never mentioned Greenland. That's interesting. That is true. He didn't really talk about Venezuela and Ukraine much. It wasn't a very foreign policy focused speech. They also said, Reuters, by Trump's own standards, he turned in a disciplined performance, largely sticking to prepared remarks, avoiding the sometimes bizarre asides that often pepper his speeches, and resorting to personal attacks only rarely. Yeah, it seemed to me like he, in large part, stuck to the original speech. That's what it seemed like. I have certainly seen speeches from Trump where he seemed to deviate more. Reuters thinks his advisors, some of whom have long pushed him to dial down his rhetoric so as not to turn off middle-of-the-road and independent voters, were likely relieved. It's February 24th. The midterm elections are in November. My guess is that there will be a lot of other things on voters' minds between now and November. I don't know that the State of the Union speech is going to be a very strong thing on voters' minds come November. I also don't know. Clearly a bunch of people do watch it, but I don't know with Americans. Are a lot of people watching a lot of this speech? Are they turning in for a little bit of it? I don't know. Let's see here. Aaron SoCal thinks tonight proved Democrats are un-American. CJC Freedom says, I agree he stuck with whatever speech someone wrote for him, especially at the end of his speech. Ellen Sherman thought it was a great speech. Douthis thinks nothing new was said. If I'm reading Douthis's comment right. Hey, thanks Larry Talbot, who thinks the big game is Iran, period. Rusty Shackelford, thank you. Rusty said, Schumer's comments after meeting with Rubio sounded dire. Schumer said this is serious. I read something about that today. I don't want to deviate too much on that topic, but why is this? I didn't see his whole comments. I'm looking at one quote of what he said today. Is he said, "Look, this is serious. If the administration wants to do something on Iran, and who the hell knows what it is, they should make it public and discuss it with the public and not keep it in secret," Schumer said. But I didn't see his whole remarks today, so I don't want to take them out of context. Thank you to Rusty Shackelford. Also, Chris Levasseur. Chris thinks Trump wasn't wrong pointing and addressing crazy Democrats. Express Investing thought it was weird saying the stock market was ahead of schedule. Thank you, Express Investing. Rand Wood says Trump is a businessman first and always. Let's see here. Scam Randall says he didn't make up any new insults for Democrats this time around, which was a step in the right direction. Kung Fu Gaming says it was State of the Union focused. Nicolette Parker thinks his attack on Somalis and declaring Vance as leader on the war on fraud was blatant racism. Brian Shai says, I am surprised that Trump didn't talk about Iran tonight. He didn't talk about it that much. I don't agree with Trump always, but do give him credit for a lot of things. I can be honest about that too. Yeah, I mean, look, there was one article, I think it was a Reuters article, that I was mentioning before the speech that said this could be Trump's big chance to make his best chance to make his case to the American people about Iran. So there was this question of like, will he come out tonight and really, make a big case for attacking Iran? And he really didn't talk about it much. And he, as the article said, that he waited, I think, over an hour to mention it, which is interesting. Gary Baines says you need a businessman and military man for president from time to time. Otherwise, it's always lawyers. Okay. We'll read a few more comments here. Who was the designated survivor? That is a great question. And I never heard, who was the cabinet member that was not there? Some of you probably know. Oh, Doug Collins, according to multiple reports say Doug Collins. For example, Fox News' Jackie Heinrich said the VA Secretary Doug Collins was the designated survivor. He was also designated survivor last year. Basically, someone who is in line of succession to the presidency, who is kept away when lots of people in the line of succession are together. Good question, though. Hey, thanks, Larry Talbot. Larry says Trump just stated our policy on Iran. All right, guys, I think, hold on a second, we may be getting close. I don't know, maybe we'll do a quick flash poll. One more quick flash poll. Were you were there any big surprises tonight? It's such a general poll. I don't know. I'm going to ask it anyway. It's a weird question, though, because people could be surprised by all kinds of things. We asked if there were going to be any big surprises beforehand, though. So it's like a follow-up to our earlier poll. All right, let's a quick poll. This is a quick one. Quick flash poll. Were there any big surprises tonight? Let's see what you guys said. I'm putting it up on the screen right now. By the way, AP says Trump makes scant mention of immigration long a favorite issue. I feel like he talked about it some. Did not talk about it. Shin Jimmy Go thought it was boring. All right, hold on. I'm putting your response here. All right, I said, were there any big surprises tonight? Look at this. This is interesting. On YouTube, 84% are saying no. 84% on YouTube saying no. Oops, hold on a second. Now what's happening here? Oh, I see. I get all messed up here. Here. Hold on. Now let's see what Twitch said. Wow. Well, this is interesting. Interesting response to my question. Because I didn't know. I mean, people can consider a lot of different types of things surprising. Twitch, 93% say no. So, interesting response from you guys. So the vast majority thought there were not any big surprises. Nick Nembus says the Dems did a protest or wait surprises. So there you go. Cavitate thought the veteran receiving a Medal of Honor was the surprise. All right, well, our viewers were largely not surprised. Thanks for voting in our poll. Oh, by the way, quick thanks to ZB the Great. ZB the Great says, let's be real, we are always surprised by anything that comes out of his mouth. Hey, thank you so much, ZB the Great. That's really nice of you. Also, thank you, Nick Shannon. Nick Shannon says there were a lot of medals. You get a medal, but respect to those guys. I mean, there was that moment when someone had gotten released who I think maybe was a political prisoner from Venezuela, and his niece was there. And they said, like, hey, surprise, niece, your uncle is here right now. And it really looked like she didn't know he was going to be there. Hey, thanks, Inhalation Aerosol. I appreciate that. I don't know that there were, off the top of my head, any huge surprises. I certainly didn't hear anything that sounded like some big new policy or something. Not that I expected to. But you never know what's going to happen. You know? I don't know that this is this is not intended to take away from the speech. My point is, I don't know that there's anything that like a month from now, people will look back on and say, oh, I remember that whole night for this. which could be any sort of thing. It could be something Trump said or something some Democrat said or something. I don't know that there's any of that, like that kind of thing. Lane says it was surprising when Democrats gave a standing ovation for the Maduro capture. Did they? I don't remember. I don't know that I was looking at the crowd during that particular moment. Blank Bet says, exactly, life goes on. U.S. rights and freedom thought it was big surprises when the president confronted Democrats many times. Scotty says, I'll remember the closing statement. All right. Yeah, I would have to go back and watch. I'm not going to do it right now. I would have to go back and watch that particular remark by Trump to see who was standing and not. I don't know. Monica says they stood up for it. Also, I feel like I couldn't see the whole house. I could see some of it. Ventura Highway says Reuters didn't particularly cover the Dem reactions. So that feed I was using from Reuters, but they were actually using the House feed. So the feed we have was the official House feed. There was another feed that I didn't have the rights to, which is the pool feed. But I don't have the rights to the pool feed. I could use the House feed. So they might have had more. You know, I think some of the news channels also have like additional cameras there or something that they can focus on their own stuff they want to focus on. Okay. All right. Anyways, I think it's time. I think it's time to wrap up our stream. But I really appreciate you guys watching tonight and tuning in. I had enjoyed watching this with you and hearing what you had to say. So if there's big news in the coming days, of course, we will be covering it. I'm keeping an eye on the Iran situation and other news, certainly Iran. So we'll have to see if there's big news on that. Let's see here. So, but I really do appreciate people tuning in and being here. Hold on a second here. And more news to come. So if you want, you can subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. And I would suggest turning on our notifications because who knows when big news is going to happen again. If there might be news in 2 hours that I have to run on the air and cover it. So if you want to get a notification right before we go on the air so you don't miss a stream, we have free notifications. They work great. The mods will post the link to sign up for them in the chat. And you can also find the sign up for the notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But sign up for the free notifications. And also, I will be posting updates about the news when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there for news on X @Lookner. And that's where I'll be posting when I'm not live. And, oops. But again, really we appreciate people watching and sending comments in and posting in the chat. And also, huge thanks to our moderators. Our mods are amazing. Again, we had so many people chatting tonight about this, and it's great that we can have these chat rooms. Thanks to our moderators. They make it possible, like Ruth and Roberts May Queen and other moderators on YouTube. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Huge thanks. Over on Twitch there, Bash and Girl, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thank you. Did I thank John Dietz for the bits on Twitch? I don't know if I did. Thanks, John Dietz. Hey, a huge thanks to everybody who donated too. Really nice of you. Hopefully I got everybody. People like ZB the Great and Dan Moore and everybody else I thanked. Hopefully I got let me just check here. Casey, Steve. I think I thanked someone somewhere on earth for subscribing. Anyways, if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for supporting the channel, because that is what allows this channel to exist, is your support. So I really, really appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. Thank you for supporting the channel. Again, really appreciate it. I also want to thank our Discord mods who help with the chat on Discord, because we have a chat on Discord. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's a free chat. A number of our viewers really like doing that, so check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the link to the free notifications. You'll also see a way to, if you click on that link, you can also go check out the chat as well. So check out our Discord chat if you'd like. Also, another good way to find out when we're live, for those of you on X, at Agenda Free TV. Seems like maybe the issue is fixed where the streams are actually posting on the timeline there, which is good. But at Agenda Free TV, I post there before we go live every time, giving you a heads up. Post updates about the channel there. So if you're on X, follow us at Agenda Free TV. And hey, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. By the way, I think I'm not going to do it now. I did say before, let me just check it. I told you before that I'd play the start, because I think we missed the first 2 minutes of the Democratic rebuttal, the Democratic response, and I did say I was going to try to play it. So even though the stream is ending, I might actually play it if I can, because I did say I was going to. I did tell you I was going to. Let's see, can I find it here? I might be able to do this real quick. You don't have to watch it. But that way I can at least say I did it. Let's see here. Where is it? Trump, Democrats. I think I can. Oh. Okay. I'm going to keep thanking people. And the last thing I do on this stream will be showing you the first 2 minutes of the Democratic response, because we never saw it. For anyone who wants to stick around and see it. Because I promised you that I would do it. Let's see here. Hey, shout out to our... I did want to mention, while I'm waiting to download that clip, that for those of you on YouTube, I would suggest turning on our YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. The way you do that is you subscribe to the channel, and then you click this bell and you choose all notifications. So subscribe to the channel, click the bell, choose all. If you're already subscribed, click the bell and choose all to turn on the notifications. Now, did that clip download yet? Let's see, not yet. Hey, meanwhile, let me thank our Facebook subscribers. Huge thanks. Helen Anderson, Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks for supporting the channel. All of our Facebook subscribers, LT. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, Louisa Knight, Diane Allworth, and others, thank you. And our Twitch, thanks Nick Shannon for becoming a member over there on YouTube. I appreciate that. And thanks to our Twitch subscribers, again, Wall Street Shaggy, Somewhere on Earth, Amalian, Desi, Glodners, and Jack's Animals, and Chi-Town Bear, Jack's Haku, thank you. Thanks, Anonymous Gifter, for the gift sub. Also, Matthew Kohai 3, thanks for subscribing. and all of our other Twitch subscribers, big thanks, and our YouTube members, who I'll thank in a second. Did the clip download yet so I can play you the first 2 minutes? Where's the downloads? Let's see here. It should be downloading. Oh, it's downloading right now. Thanks to our members. Jesse James, Platinum Dose on YouTube, Shiny Objection, Turned Off, Nick Shannon, Joe Hart, Evelyn in Maine. All of our YouTube members. That guy from that thing, Sam Jones, Kiwi Girl, thank you. All right, hey guys, and all of our other members, look at this. This is how committed I am to doing what I say I'm going to do. Give me 1 second here. I am doing what I said I'm going to do. All right, so I have in front of me, because again, there was a little bit of a technical hiccup. So I didn't get to show you the start of the Democratic response. So I'm going to play the first 2 minutes right now, because I promised you I would. Unless, the one problem is, it's possible that the Reuters feed started late itself. That's the problem. Because it wasn't appearing on Reuters, and that's how I got access to it. And did she post it on her? I don't know that she posted it on her particular social media. But if the Reuters feed started late, well, that's going to be a problem. I think that's what might have happened. All right, here she is. But I bet they missed the first minute or two as well. Let's see. Because he's already talking.
Costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
Have we caught up yet to the part we saw?
It's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether...
Did we catch up? Did we catch up to where we started? I was so when people are saying yes, because when we start, I was so concerned with getting it on the air when it first started. I was just focusing on that. But our viewers are saying that we caught up. Okay, so unfortunately, this feed I had came in late, so there might have been maybe a minute or two that we just never saw that I can't get you. Anyways, I played you all I have. I played you the part that we didn't get to that I have access to, that I can show you. Okay, so, all right. Anyways, I did that. Oh, a quick thanks to, sorry. A quick thanks to ZB the Great, who says she's a typical CIA agent. We deserve better than this, America. Thank you, ZB the Great, for all your support. All right, guys, we are wrapping up this stream right now, and I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream, and more news coverage soon. Thanks, Rusty Shackelford, who thought it sounds like an opening speech at a presidential debate. Thank you, Rusty. So, again, I'll keep an eye on the news. When there's more news, I'll come on the air. I appreciate everybody being here. And thanks again to our moderators. Let me thank a couple more viewers here. Thank you to... Hold on while I have a second for the 2 people still watching. Thank you over Juliana Martin. Thanks. And Brian Shy. Thanks for watching over there on Facebook. Nicolette Payton as well. Thanks for watching there. Oh, I might have missed. I probably missed it. Helen Anderson, if you're still there. I missed Facebook stars. And Michael Clayton. Oh, I missed them both. I missed a bunch of stars. And Dave Stevens. I'll have to thank the people after. I'm sorry about that. I just saw that from Kay. Thanks for the Facebook stars. All right, guys. That is it. Oh, thanks to all of our ex-viewers, Purple People Eater, U.S. Rights and Freedoms, Donco, and all of our ex-viewers as well. I appreciate you watching over there. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thanks for watching our live State of the Union coverage. If you didn't see it, you can rewind and watch the speech. That's it. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.